chats if you need help. Like,
Okay,
as you can see in that upper bar, there's a place where you can raise your hand if you have a question. But probably putting your questions in the chat is going to be best for us. So we should get started, right? And I'm in the right. So this presenters, this is your spot. Hello, everybody. I'm Bevan. I work for the Conservation District. I'm also here with Ed Siddell, is my colleague at the district. We both work for the Orleans County Conservation District. We've been helping land stewards and farmers since 1946 apply conservation practices for soil and water quality purposes. How do we do that? Our main way is we try to be the liaison or the bridge to helping all the land stewards out there access all the groups like who's presenting today. So Vermont Agency of Ag, Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation, and the NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service. So that is kind of our main way that we help facilitate these processes of getting people connected to these agencies. The Orleans County Conservation District is non-regulatory. We like, and being that bridge also helps that we're not the person who's gonna come and help you get your permits, but we're happy to connect you with these people.
Here I am.
So we have a tight schedule. It's sort of a long meeting. Feel free to get up at any time and have more coffee and baked goods. The meeting is going to be recorded. Please do sign in. If you are here for ag water quality credits, you have to also sign in on that Agency of Ag form if we have any farmers here. So on that note, I think I will hand it off to our first presenter, which is Shannon Morrison from the Vermont Department of Environment. Oh, I forgot. Nope, I have one more slide, Shannon. I wanted to talk a little bit. Oh, so agenda real quick. Housekeeping, there is a restroom back there. Our presenters are going to be from the Vermont DEC, the National Resource Conservation Service, Army Corps of Engineer, Agency of Ag, and then from the Conservation District, Ted's going to talk about technical and financial resources. And then hopefully you guys can fill out a survey at the end. We're going to do questions as we go along. We'll try to do like 5 minutes question after each presenter. And then next slide, forgot more things to say about the Conservation District. So the Orleans County Conservation District, some of the services we do offer is water quality monitoring. We do soil and manure sampling for people. We do riparian and shoreland work, which is something that Ted works on. If you have any specific questions about tree planting or stream projects, we help people with nutrient management plans, which does apply to tile drains. So if you're going to be doing tile drains on your farm, you can interface with the Conservation District to help you with your nutrient management planning, which is required. We also do equipment rentals. We really try to be the bridge and the liaison for program navigation. We also help lead locally led conservation in Orleans County. So really localize, getting people together. What is it that we want to work on for conservation projects? We have our annual plant sale coming up, and we do a lot of outreach and education like today. Okay, Shannon is going to come up and present, and then
You want me to stand?
I think, yeah, we'll let you. Does that work for you? Because you're in the camera.
Oh, gosh.
So get her slide. Sorry. Make it your slides for you.
Right. And then,
Yeah.
is there a remote or am I remoting it?
You want to
too?
just say next slide? Sure. Okay. You're go to view. Full screen. Hello. So why is it not sharing my screen anymore? That's interesting. Our first snafu, our third snafu, I don't know. Weird.
I see your,
That not working. File. It's a PDF. Open, no, open, file. Oh, I tested this last night.
Yeah.
Full screen mode.
are you in 2 screens possibly? Do you need to slide it over?
Will you help me? For some reason, she's not popping up now. 2 screen mode?
Yeah, are you in dual screen mode, one on here and a different one on your computer?
You've got Ted and I in dual screen mode.
Is this it?
Yeah, so did view full screen mode. Because it's a PDF and not powerful. So I have to do that every time. It's not gonna pull from my computer.
It is. This is your screen.
Okay,
But it's just, you gotta go that way.
and so can I make it full screen now?
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Probably go to file.
Oh my goodness, guys, hang tight here. Can't really see. What did I do, Ted? How did I lose it? You call. That's it started.
Let's get rid.
What do you want me to check?
Yeah, I'm usually my hair for this.
Oh, yeah, so I did view full screen. And so everyone online will still be able to see this, right? Ted?
Good.
I thought it said full screen mode. And then I could go back to her beginning slide.
Okay. All right.
Shannon Morrison.
Hi, everybody. I'm Shannon Morrison. I'm from the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation. In the Wetlands Program, I cover Washington, Memorial, Orleans, and Essex counties. So if you are looking for a DEC wetlands person, I am the person you would be talking to. So can I just do this?
Yeah, so do you think she should know a little bit? Or you just can't?
It'd probably be easier. Oh, you figure out a
Can't
picture.
get my person.
Yeah.
No.
Can I? Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to, you won't be able.
I would love to control my own destiny with the computer thing.
Anybody
Stuck
here
on that.
look online?
Oh, I got it. There's your cursor.
Okay, can you open up Teams?
Hello?
Okay, so go, we'll let you go. Oh, shoot.
Use it.
There you go.
Okay.
Shannon.
Okay. So just an outline for today, we're going to talk about why we protect wetlands, wetland functions and values, wetland ID and classification. That's a kind of a broad thing and state specific for the classification. We'll talk a little bit on mapping wetlands and then some specifics about state wetland regulations. Next slide.
Slides still aren't showing to the folks online.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, can you guys both help me? Sorry. So the slides are not, so you're online.
I'm online. Hey, you gotta get.
Sorry, guys.
There, and then, not that one.
No?
Got stop
Okay, you've
present.
got
You
your
go.
desktop now, your message for your current story analysis.
Which one are you doing?
So go to share,
Yep.
pick this.
Great.
My
Okay.
wife said that.
There you
Okay.
That's my.
Thanks, Laura. Okay.
Good thing you're checking that off. Okay,
So how do I get her slides to advance? Okay. I think using
press the down arrow.
It's not working.
Are you in?
You guys.
Can you move your mouse to her screen? Slide it to the main
I
screen.
think that's why we don't want this mouse going back and forth, right?
I heard the train going, it was headed north.
There.
There you go.
Actually,
Yeah, I just can't do the Teams. Okay, I'm just gonna stay here for you.
Okay, perfect. So in Vermont, we're interested by statute in protecting wetlands for the functions and values that they provide. So there are 10 functions and values, and those range from everything from flood storage to water quality protection, fish habitat, wildlife, and then some other ones like rare and endangered species, exemplary natural communities, recreation, open space. Next slide. Some of the big picture ones are flood protection, especially with the last year that we had. We recognize that flood protection is a really important function. These wetlands tend to receive and absorb flood waters, reduce velocity. So those waters slow down and don't have the same power to create destructive situations when you have a wetland floodplain for those to go through. Are we all right? Okay, that's good. Let's keep going. This is fine. So for example, the Otter Creek wetlands outside of Middlebury really absorbed a lot of the floodwaters from Irene, and they're thought to have saved up to $1.8 million in potential flood damage.
We're getting there, sorry.
That's all right. Next slide. Maybe,
Just trying to admit people via.
that's okay.
This is just hyper amendments.
If Laura's on team,
Yeah, I
she
can
can also admit people, so you don't have to
That's
fill
you.
in with it.
Okay, perfect.
Next slide. Water quality is another important function. Those same waters that slow down and allow floodwaters to dissipate and slow down, also allow those waters to drop out sediment, nutrients. The plants in the wetlands tend to absorb sediment and nutrients. Just gonna go ahead and do this because this is easier for me. Wildlife habitat. This is a important function and value. There's probably like 80% of Vermont species are dependent on wetlands for at least part of their life cycle. A lot of them are fully dependent for a large portion of their life cycle on this habitat, and this makes for great areas to do wildlife viewing, hunting, and photography. Fish habitat, same thing. These are areas where there's cold water discharge, nurseries, macroinvertebrate life. So in terms of identifying wetlands, there's a few resources we have out there. Field recognition. Most of the time, how many folks in here are from the farming community? Realtors? Ag, yeah, okay. So if you work in the landscape, you probably have a pretty good idea of what's wet and what's not. There are some technical aspects to what makes a wetland that we'll go over. There's some online resources, the Vermont Wetland Inventory maps, and those combined with NRCS hydric soil maps and other types of mapping that we have can give you a pretty good indication if an area has wetlands. And then wetland ecologists and wetland consultants are also resources for actually going out into the field. And folks like Jim Eikenberry and Mike Adams from the Army Corps of Engineers are also resources to help identify where wetlands are on the landscape. Wetlands are not just ponds and cattails. There's all kinds of different types of wetlands, shrub wetlands, forested wetlands, bogs, fens. Some of our old fields, you stop managing those because it gets difficult, especially it seems like we're getting wetter rather than drier in the past few years. So these come in all shapes and sizes. They also occur in different places in the landscape. So you may have an area that is up on a hillside where you have a hillside seep. You would expect to see it in the bottomland, but that's not always the case. So when we're looking for wetlands, we're using the Army Corps of Engineers delineation manual. That's a 3-parameter approach. You need to have all 3 parameters in order to be considered a wetland, and that includes hydric soils, hydrophytic vegetation, and wetland hydrology. So wetland hydrology, the criteria is that an area needs to be inundated or saturated to within 12 inches of the soil surface for at least 5% of the growing season in most years. And that means about 2 weeks out of our growing season. So right now we're not in the growing season. So if you have an area that just melted and it's ponded because it's melted snow water or snow melt, it may or may not be a wetland. It really needs to have this criteria within the growing season. So there's indicators that we look for. Most of the time we're out at a site once. So we may not know how often an area is flooded or saturated or inundated, but we'll have an idea based on the criteria that are there. So things like surface water or evidence of surface water, soil saturation, high water table, that rotten egg smell indicates that there is sulfur fixing bacteria in the soil because there's no oxygen in the soil. The lack of oxygen is because of water instead of air. And we also look at aerial photography for that criteria. Secondary indicators, you would need to have 2 of those to meet this criteria. And these are just evidence that an area was flooded or saturated. So water stained leaves, drainage patterns and drift lines, morphological adaptations in plants. If you're in a forested area, for example, and there's a lot of tip ups, that's because those trees will have shallow rooting systems. They don't want to go down into the soil because there's no air in there for their respiration. They go out and they have these very shallow areas. So when the wind comes through, those are much easier to tip over. So if you have a lot of tip ups, it's likely that you have a wetland or you have bedrock really close to the surface and also maybe a wetland. Okay. So, whoop. Wetland soils, there is a whole big world of soil science that is really fascinating. But hydric soils have certain criteria, and that criteria has to do with the color, the texture, where things are in the soil profile. If you have a well-oxygenated soil, we have very iron-rich soil in Vermont, so that tends to be that, nice red color. If you have a well-drained, well-oxygenated soil, it's going to be very bright. It's going to be bright brown, may have some orange cast to it. That means it's rusting the same way your equipment rusts out if you leave it outside in the rain. It's oxygenated iron. If you have a wetland situation, you do not have that oxygen in the soil, that iron is reduced. And so you have something that looks very dark or gray. So we like to say red and yellow, happy fellow, black and gray, stay away. A lot of times you'll have a very thick organic layer because things tend to break down a lot slower in wet conditions. So you may have like almost a slimy layer of organic material underlain by a dark gray. You kind of can see that in the pictures. The NRCS has mapped hydric soil types. These are very broad mapping units. But really when we're looking for hydric soil, we're looking for an indication of what's on the ground on the property that we're on. So wetland plants, hydrophytic vegetation, that means water-loving plants. These are plants that are tolerant of anaerobic conditions. They're good at growing in places that other plants are not. Sometimes they have morphological adaptations like the lenticels on speckled alder, the thing that makes them speckled, are actually apertures for respiration. Instead of doing it through the roots, they're doing it partially through the bark. So they have special adaptations to allow them to grow in wet soil conditions. When we're looking at the plants, we're looking for a dominance of the plant community. So most of the plants, more than half of the plants, are wetland type plants. So in terms of wetland identification, one thing I wanted to introduce you to, this is a very handy tool, and I do have a fact sheet of all of these different links that we can send to you by email, so you can link right on them. But the wetland screening tool is a great tool that DEC has put together, and it ensures that you're pulling up all the layers that we look at when we're looking for wetlands in a remote desktop review. So it has the Vermont Significant Wetland Inventory Maps, the VSWI maps, which were created from National Wetland Inventory Maps. It has, if we've looked at a property and we have notes on it, or we have a wetland permit on it, it has that information. It has hydric soils. It has natural community types that are mapped by Vermont Fish and Wildlife. And it has wetland advisory layers, which are often town generated, or they're mapping in process. We created this tool for folks that are not
always looking for wetlands in their daily life. So realtors, potential buyers, town administrators. It's just a really quick and easy way. All you need is a 911 address or a SPAN number to get in there. This is what it looks like. You basically type in your address and it pulls up this list of screening results. If you click down on that screening result, it may say wetland very likely. You should call the ecologist before you do any work here. And then it has it will pop up who the ecologist is. In this case, it's Tina Heath. It has her phone number. Her name is actually a link to her email. And then it has a link so you can go directly to the map and see all the layers. If you want to understand the layers that are showing up, each one of these drop-down boxes has an explanation of what that layer is. You can click on a PDF that has even more of an explanation. So if you say, somebody says I have wetlands, I don't understand why. You can go to this tool, look it up, and see all the mapping that we're seeing that makes us say, hey, you should probably have this checked out. So this is a great tool. One other thing that this tool has that no other tools have is we've created a swamp lot layer. And this is basically those lots that really look like they're all wetland from what we're seeing on the maps. So we consider that there needs to be at least like a half an acre of upland in order to develop any kind of home site with septic and well and a yard and a house. So if it's showing up as a swamp lot, it means that there's less than a half an acre of area that doesn't have some kind of mapping on it. If you're in the realty community, if you're, looking at a specific parcel for development, this is a big red flag. And this is simply a mapping tool. We do have the ability to add and subtract parcels from this. If we go out and we're like, oh, this isn't the case here, we can take it off of this list. But this is sort of like a, ooh, watch out kind of tool. All right. We do have more mapping underway. We do mapping related to wetland permitting. And some of those maps are being updated quarterly. And then we have some larger scale mapping in different watershed regions. We had a nice one up in this area related to the Missisquoi River in 2019. Those maps have been added and updated. So you'll see some differences between what's on the map, on the VSWI maps now versus what was there a couple of years ago. And then there's more updates planned in the future and currently happening that are being adapted and looked at. These are all based on the National Wetland Inventory Plus. This is a nationwide effort to map wetlands, and this maps wetlands and also talks about what functions they may have. So landscape position, landform, water flow path, water body type. So if you have a wetland that's adjacent to a stream, it's going to likely have water quality protection functions, flood storage functions, fisheries functions. And by listing where these wetlands occur in the landscape, we're able to kind of get at what those functions might be. So not only are they mapping physically where they think these are, but they're also basically telling us potential functions and values, which is great. Okay, so the field assessment portion for wetlands, there's kind of two routes you can go with here. One is to hire a consultant. These are private sector folks that do wetland delineations. The other is a district with a visit with a district wetlands ecologist like me or Mike or Jim. And we're all folks that go out and look at these things. We do not charge a fee. The DEC program does not charge a fee to go out and take a look, but I am one person covering 4 counties. So if there's something that needs to be expedited and we know that a delineation is required, just based on what we're seeing on the mapping, we may advise you to go right with a consultant. If there is a permit that's going to be involved, you will need a delineation. You will need a wetland consultant to do that work. We review those delineations. And we do the permitting, and that review and that delineation is required to get through the permitting. Okay. So we do have a list of consultants that do that type of work on our website. Our link list has this link to consultants. And then we have a wetlands contact page to find your wetland ecologist. And like I said, I am the person for this district. All right, so we're gonna get into trying to go as fast as, how am I doing?
You've
All
got
right?
plenty of time.
Okay, good.
You're like
I'm talking fast.
15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Got that extra coffee in today. So wetland regulation, I'm gonna be speaking about the state of Vermont wetland regulations. So we'll go over classification and jurisdictional wetlands, buffers, avoidance and minimization, some allowed uses, which are important, especially for the agricultural community, enforcement and restoration. So there's a 3-tier classification system in Vermont: class 1, 2, and 3 wetlands. Class 1 wetlands are those that are exceptional or irreplaceable. Some examples in this area, I think that the town of Brunswick has Dennis Pond, that area, that got changed to a class 1 wetland. Some others that are up for consideration is that really beautiful central portion of the Clyde around where the Northwood Stewardship Center is. That's something that we've proposed should be a class 1 wetland. So they're very high quality wetlands that have some function or value, or at least one function or value that we deem irreplaceable. Class 2 wetlands, that's mainly what we're regulating. Those are wetlands that have at least one function or value that we consider worth protecting. And class 3 wetlands, it's a little bit of a circular reference, but it's neither class 3 or class 2, or excuse me, neither class 1 or class 2. So class 3 wetlands are not regulated by the state of Vermont. They still may be regulated by the Army Corps of Engineers or by towns. So a jurisdictional wetland in the state of Vermont, when the wetland rules first came into being in 1990, we regulated wetlands that appeared on the Vermont Significant Wetland Inventory maps and wetlands that were contiguous to those maps. In 2010, that changed, and we said basically, if it looks like what's on those maps, it is also likely a class 2 wetland and something that has at least one function or value. The shorthand that happened there is we said, look, if it's adjacent to a stream, lake, pond, or river, it's likely to have flood protection, it's likely to have water quality protection, it's likely to have erosion protection, it's likely to have those functions and values that we consider worth protecting. So we're also going to call that a class 2 wetland. If it's a bog or a fen, that's a category of natural community type that is worth protecting. Those take tens of thousands of years to form. They're irreplaceable. You can't really make those again. If they're headwater areas, if they're vernal pools, those are all types of wetlands that we're interested in protecting because of their functions and values. And if they're over half an acre, it's likely that they're going to grab some type of function or value that we consider worth protecting, and it's similar enough to what's on the maps. So not all wetlands appear on the Vermont Significant Wetland Inventory maps. Not all class 2 wetlands do. And just because it isn't on the map doesn't mean it's not protected. That's why we're giving you so much information in that screening tool, is that so you can figure out if there might be a wetland there, because the VSWI is not comprehensive. So when you look at the tool, when you look at the VSWI map, you're seeing a lot of information here. The blue is the VSWI mapping. The brown is the hydric soil mapping. The light green is the advisory mapping. And basically what this tells us is that the wetlands that are on the ground are likely to be much larger than what appears on the VSWI maps. VSWI tends to undermap, tends to underestimate where those wetlands are. The hydric soil maps tend to probably overestimate. So they're probably somewhere in the middle, but I guarantee they are not going to look like what is on this map when you delineate it. It's going to be a different size, it's going to be a different shape, and those boundaries have to be determined on the ground. There are protected buffer zones in the Vermont wetland rules. We protect buffer zones because they have intrinsic functions and values like filtering sediments and nutrients, preventing erosion, protecting wildlife, and they also help supplement the functions and values that wetlands themselves provide. There's a 50-foot buffer zone from the delineated boundary of a class 2 wetland, and there's a 100-foot buffer zone default, although it's variable in different class 1 wetlands, from the delineated boundary of a class 1 wetland. So class 1 wetlands are all mapped. Those all have maps. There's no mystery about where those are. And they may have, because it's a rulemaking process, it will likely have information about what the buffer zones are for those class 1 wetlands. So that's going to be very crystal clear where those are and what the buffer zones are. So is a permit required? If there's an activity occurring in a class 1 or 2 wetland or the buffer zone, and it involves dredging, draining, filling, grading, cutting woody vegetation, and a non-silvicultural activity, construction of buildings, buried utilities or infrastructure, trench and fill, things like that. All of those activities, unless it's an allowed use, is considered jurisdictional in a class 2 wetland or buffer zone. Activities that we do not take jurisdiction over are wetlands that are class 3. If you have a property that has a wetland and you're outside of the wetland and buffer zone, you don't need a permit for that activity. So you find out where the boundary is, you measure 50 feet away from that boundary, your activity is way over there. You don't ever have to talk to us again unless you go towards the wetland. And then we have a series of allowed uses for class 2 wetlands, and that includes things like silviculture that follow AMPs, and there's some very specific things in the silviculture allowed use. Pretty benign activities like fishing, hunting, bird watching, hiking, but things like the vast trail, for example, designated vast trails are an allowed use. But if you decide to build a new vast trail and it involves dredging, draining, filling, cutting woody vegetation, then that would be in our jurisdiction. So the activity is an allowed use, as long as it doesn't involve any of those, physical activities and changes to the wetland and buffer. In order to get a permit for our program, you have to go through something called a mitigation sequence. So you have to demonstrate that what you're proposing will not have an undue adverse impact on the wetland functions and values. So that includes demonstrating that that project has to go in that location. So if you have somebody buys a piece of property, it's all wetlands, they want to build something huge, we would say you have to demonstrate that there's no other place, not just on this property, but on all the properties that might be available that you can't put this. So that's a pretty high bar to reach. So really the rules push you towards avoidance and minimization. If you have a property that has a wetland on the frontage and you want a 4-lot subdivision up the hill out of the wetland, you need to cross it. The rules would push you towards having a single crossing instead of 4 crossings and 4 driveways for 4 times the impact in the wetland. Okay. So that has to do with minimization. There may be minimization in the way that you build structures, for example. So if you have a seepage wetland where the water just drains down a hillside and you need a road to cross that, instead of doing the traditional ditching and having a single culvert that is taking all that water and funneling it out of one spot and it's a fire hose out of that culvert, we may ask that you construct something called a French mattress, for example, that's very coarse material and allows the water to continue draining in a sheet flow down that hillside as opposed to funneling it into a spout that goes, you know, through the culvert and out. On the last step, and these are also sequential, first you have to avoid. You can't avoid, you have to minimize. And if you can't avoid or minimize, then I think of Cabot Route 2, they had to expand the road there. And there's no way they could put it somewhere else. But it was a lot of impact. There's a 3rd step of offsetting potential impacts through true mitigation. So in this case, they used in lieu fee program. And Mike, are you going to talk more about that? A little bit. Okay. So right now the threshold is about 5,000 acres of fill. 5,000 acres. Oh my God. 5,000 square feet to get you into, that's a big difference, to get you into the in lieu fee program. Meaning if you're going to fill more than 5,000 square feet, you may be paying $4.62 per square foot.
$200,000 credit.
Yeah, so it works about that per square foot to fill that. So it's in everybody's interest, including the wetland, including your pocketbook, to avoid and minimize impacts as much as possible. Okay. So allowed uses, I talked a little bit about these. There's some low impact activities, land use activities like silviculture, agriculture, maintaining existing structures. This one was a big one that came up this year with all the flooding. You can repair damaged things. There's an emergency allowed use too that, you know, is used when somebody's like, there's a hole in the road, we need to go take care of this tomorrow before something goes in the wetland. You know, that's something that can happen right away, but maybe the replacement of the road is going to happen in the same place, and that would be covered under the maintenance allowed use. And then restoration with an approved plan can also be considered an allowed use. So for agriculture, there's an exclusion for wetlands that have been farmed since the jurisdictional time of the rules. So that would be in 1990. It needs to have been farmed since 1990 and in continuous rotation to meet that exemption. And that's for mapped wetlands. For wetlands that are not mapped, that date goes to 2010. Okay. So if you have an area that is used to grow food or crop, and so it's really strictly an area used to grow food or crop, not a drive, not a barn, not a, you know, a structure associated with agriculture necessarily, sugar houses, things like that. You have an area that's being used to grow food or crop, that is not considered a wetland under the rules if it's been in ordinary rotation in existence since 1990. That means that these areas also do not have buffer zones, but as soon as you take it out of that use, So in this case, somebody wants to build a new road that is no longer in ordinary rotation. That is no longer being used to grow food or crops, so that area is no longer exempt. Okay. Oopsies, gosh, that was gonna happen. Okay, so in the bottom example, there's a road that avoids the wetland. There is no buffer zone because the area that's being used to grow food or crop still is growing food or crop. And then the class 1 wetland to the right of the tree line, which is that squiggly line there, is class 2 wetland, and that does have a buffer zone. Okay. That's kind of how we deal with the agricultural exclusion in the rules. So enforcement and compliance. Basically, if there's a conversion, so forested area to farmland, if there's a construction happening in wetland or buffer zone, filling, grading, draining, non-silvicultural clearing of the wetland, maybe for a house lot or views or whatever, without a permit, it's out of compliance. Okay. And most of our work in our program is to try to bring people back into compliance. If that doesn't happen, or it's hard for that to happen, or we can't do an after the fact permitting and somebody's reluctant to do restoration, there is the enforcement program side of things that deals with the nastiness of lawyers and penalties and all of that ugliness. But if you're encountering our program, most of the time we're like, look, here's what needs to happen to bring this property back into compliance, and we try to work with people towards that end. And then we also do a lot of work with wetland restoration. So areas that have maybe traditionally had impacts in the past that could benefit from either being the hydrology being restored or better plantings, all of those types of things. We work with those programs to come up with a way of restoring that would be considered an allowed use. We usually get a submittal that talks about what they're going to do and where they're going to do that. We help do screening, the elements that you may need permitting. So like, for example, if you were going to remove a dam and you had to build a road to get down to the area to remove the dam, the new road might need a permit. But removing the dam may not, even though it may be changing the hydrology for the wetlands behind the dam. We also check to make sure that the area that's being proposed for restoration isn't a fairly recent violation, especially if there's state money involved in the funding. We don't really support state money going towards restoring sites that are out of compliance. And then some other considerations are, we want to look to make sure that the hydrology that's being restored is similar to what we think was there before. Thank you. I'm almost done. So looking at historical imagery, things like that, native plantings, microtopography. And then there's all kinds of different sources with some acronyms. Some of I know what they mean, some of them I don't. And there's different types of restoration. There's, full restoration to, it was a wetland, now it's going to go back to being a wetland. It can be an area that's going to have some conservation or easement. Some of it may be acquisition, and some of the entities that are involved that may provide funding are Fish and Wildlife, and they all have different criteria. Like Fish and Wildlife really wants to be able to add on to some of their existing holdings, like WMA's wildlife management areas. You guys help me with some of these acronyms?
Yeah.
There's WID, which is a state-run funding program for
Watershed investment.
Watershed Investment Division, yep. There's RCE, which is the River Corridor easement. There's River Corridor
RCPP.
Regional conservation.
Regional Conservation
Yeah.
Partnering program
Partnership Program. Thank you, see?
funded by.
I stole the slide from Julie, that's why I'm like, I don't know what all these are.
Yeah.
There's ERP, which is the
System restoration.
Ecosystem Restoration Program. This is like bingo, all right. He's got all these. WRE, which is NRCS. Wetland Reserve Easement, and then US Fish and Wildlife, which does a lot of, the
Partners program continuous contract.
yeah, exactly. So there's a whole litany of potential partners out here that have to do with funding for different types of restoration and conservation, and we play a role as advisors and regulators in that context. And that's it for me. Yeah.
Got a question in the chat.
Okay,
All right, the question
I'll
here,
stand over here.
Andy, is how does the set, I believe that's the pronunciation, versus EPA affect? This is the Supreme Court ruling.
Yes,
How does that affect Vermont wetlands?
It does not
It does
for
not?
our regulations. So the Vermont state regulations are not connected at all to the Clean Water Act. It is a separate set of regulations and statute that are not connected to federal jurisdiction.
Or not connected to state jurisdiction.
Pardon me?
Not connected to state jurisdiction.
Our regulations are not connected to federal jurisdiction. They're connected to state statute, so they work independently. We will have overlap with the Army Corps of Engineers, and Mike can talk a little bit more about that, but the wetland rules are unaffected by that decision. Okay. The business as usual for us. Yay.
Any questions in the room? That was the only one online, Ted?
That was the only one.
That was a lot of information. Yeah.
You brought up properties that are farmed. How long do they have between the time that they were farmed? Was there a period of time? I mean, there's a lot of farms out there that haven't been farmed
Yeah,
in 5-10 years, and
right. So you're,
somebody may buy them and start farming again.
So your question is kind of about the ordinary rotation. So our jurisdiction basically says it needs to have been a farm prior to the jurisdictional date, so 1990 or 2010, and it needs to be within ordinary rotation. So that means like you can have a fallow field that you go back to in whatever regime that is, like, you know, usually in a couple of years. But I think that if you have an area that's been abandoned and it starts to grow up, then that no longer applies. That
But it's
exception
a
does.
historical farm. It's
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, I mean, everything in Vermont was a farm at one point. Yeah, so I mean, I think that the straight face test is probably in reality about 5 years. Before we can say, look, we don't, you know, this hasn't been farmed, it's been abandoned and it's starting to grow up into shrub condition and that.
This was your list of resources, right?
Yeah, and that's probably better sent as an email.
Yeah.
There is a paper copy, but the
Yeah.
email will have a link where you can just press on it. Any questions?
Yeah, is there something that can be done with swamp lots that are under a half an acre?
You mean the upland portion?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we say swamp lots, what we're saying is that it could be like a 25-acre plot, but only half an acre of it doesn't have wetland
Right.
mapping associated with it. It's on a case-by-case basis. You know, sometimes people want it for hunting or fishing. Maybe they just want a small pull-in to put a trailer there. But it's, you know, these just may not be suitable for a traditional type of building lot. It doesn't mean they're worthless. You know, people will find different worth in different things. It may just not be suitable for, you know, your standard single family home type of thing. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes.
On a conditional use permit, what is the definition of development?
It's like very esoteric. What is the definition? Well, so can you give me some context for your question?
For instance, a house being built or house lots being set out
Uh-huh.
and in need of a permit to cross a wetland
Okay.
road. Now the house is built and all that.
Right.
What is a development? Is that a development or, I mean, you've given a conditional use for other uses, you
Right.
know, like
Yeah.
horseback riding, skidoos and all that.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
what about house being built? Is that a
Right.
development?
That is an activity that would require a permit. And we've gone from writing conditional use determinations to wetland permits. So that's something else that has changed in that 2010 rule change. But the permits are for the activity in the wetland or the buffer zone. Meaning if you have to get a permit for the driveway, the permit will be good for 5 years. And you have 5 years to build that driveway, and once that driveway is built, it's in compliance. So if you have a house up here and the house decides they want to cut a few more trees and build a barn and, you know, they're inching towards the wetland and buffer zone, that's development that they're doing that they don't have a permit for. So the permit is good for the activity in the wetland and buffer zone. And if everything else is outside of that wetland and buffer zone, you don't need permits from us. It's just the activities within. Does that make sense? Did that answer your
Yeah.
question?
Pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, and if you have an old permit and somebody did all the work and it's all done, then, you know, that property is in compliance and life goes on, and that structure or development that got permitted for is all set. If there's something new proposed, that's going to require dredging, draining, filling, building, cutting trees, doing all that stuff, that's when we would get involved again. Any other questions? I'm gonna stick around, so if you have questions later, hit me up during the coffee break.
Yeah, we can take a break after the next person.
Okay.
All right, the next presentation is by Jim Eikenberry. I think it shows your name there. He's the Wetland Specialist with the Natural Resource Conservation Service under the USDA. Feel free to introduce yourself as well.
Great.
You want to do your own clicking?
Yeah, it was just with the,
Yeah, so just up and down. You won't see it here. You'll see, and I'm gonna turn.
let's just double check.
Will you tell me, Ted, when you can see him? I'm gonna, can I reach that? This chair. I can just move it, right? Very good. Oh my gosh. What do you think, Ted? Tell me when you can see Jim. You see,
We can see,
is that good?
yep.
Okay.
So we're gonna have some fun with this because it's actually not the right presentation.
Is that not the one you sent me?
I think even if it was, we got sidetracked, but that's okay, because I've given this presentation with my eyes closed. And
So you can just,
we can just make this magic happen. So I'm Jim Eikenberry, I'm a wetland specialist for the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service. This talk is going to be focused on Food Security Act wetlands conservation compliance. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be that presentation there, but we can use enough of the slides to make it work. The key takeaway for USDA is it applies to USDA program participants. So somebody is not a USDA program participant, then the Food Security Act does not apply to them. If they're just somebody who's, gonna see about getting a permit from the state or the Corps to build a house, to build a road, we don't want to hear from you because your stuff doesn't apply in our world unless you're seeking to get a farm service agency loan and they need to make sure that where you're going to put that sugar house isn't right into a wetland. Then we get involved and help out our farm service agency partners. So that's the key takeaway. USDA program participants need to deal with the Food Security Act. Well, sort of borrowing from the same talk about from Shannon's slides. just because you think something isn't a wetland doesn't mean it's not a wetland. There's another take-home message. It can be wet for a brief period of time in the spring, and then you can roll out there other times. You're gonna be like, this is a great spot to do X, whatever it is you want to do. Find out first. And for folks who haven't found out first, and they get into a situation where turns out it was a wetland and they wrecked it and did something that wasn't allowed either for the USDA or the Corps or the state. A lot of folks think philosophically, oh, I'm just gonna ask for forgiveness and that'll be cleaner and cheaper or whatever. It won't be. It's no one's having a good time having to do stuff after the fact. So I would highly recommend get somebody in who can tell you if it's a wetland, yes or no. And then if it is, it's gonna buffer, figure it out, go from there. If somebody's a USDA program participant, that someone is going to help them find out if it's a wetland, yes or no. It's going to be me or some other qualified person on my team who's going to go out and delineate a wetland for the farmer. So they know that if that activity they've got planned with, maybe they want to tile drain a field, they want to put in a ditch, something like that, that it's allowed for us. What's very handy is if somebody's a USDA program participant and they've got a map from us saying wetland here, non-wetland there, wetland with like a certain type of food security act label on it there, then they can then take that information, go to the state or the Corps and be like, hey, NRCS said it's not a wetland here, or they said it's a wetland, but has its label prior converted to cropland here. How's that work for your rules? Can I go out and do this? The caveat for that is we're slow, we're understaffed, it takes time. And so, you know, we will not be as fast as if somebody just hires a consultant. The positive is, you know, we're paid for with taxpayer dollars. We'll come out and get it done, and there's not some bill that's coming at you. We do not delineate for folks for non-USDA reasons. Somebody wants to put in a driveway and build a house, say, hey, Jim, come for free, tell me it's a wetland. The answer will be no every time, because we are only doing it for the folks that are USDA program participants for purposes that fit within our world. Won't go too deep into it, but just the three main factors: wetlands hydrology, wetlands soils, and wetlands vegetation. Get you that wetland. Again, same functions that we were talking about before. Why do we as a society care about these things? You know, we created rules because we know that they have benefit to us. And that's a lot of what we're talking about here is the human benefit of a wetland. We can go deeper into the intrinsic benefit of wetland. If you're, you know, a wood frog, you care about them and you don't care what humans care about them because that's where you need to go to breed, then come back and spend the rest of your life in the uplands. So we're not going to get all excited about NRCS Wetlands Protection Policy because that applies to NRCS staff and people fully funded by us. Again, apologies that somehow presentations got crossed.
Is this
Yeah,
okay, we can fire that one up.
let's do it. Brief
For
interlude.
some reason. For you, I don't know why. So, okay, sorry, everybody. We go again. I'm gonna find my cursor. Oh, yeah. I can never find your cursor. There we go.
Yeah, just feel free to X that thing out.
Yeah, I thought that one, I thought that was like some old presentation Sarah dropped in there. For back here, guys, we have time. Just have to find my cursor, which I can never find when I switch between screens. It's on the big screen. Yeah, well, when it come over. This one?
We're going right there.
Yeah.
Scoot all the way to left hand and maybe it'll.
Tried that.
There it is, you got it.
Alrighty, just gotta go here. Sorry.
Still a couple muffins left.
Yeah, oh yeah, why don't we take a break? Anybody want to jump up and use the restroom or?
I've been known to sing, but you don't want to sing.
Anyone have a good joke?
You're on camera.
Good joke to share. Presentations. Alrighty. We are going to the Food Security Act. Yeah, I guess I didn't know that was your top. That's it. All right, open. I want to download it. Okay. Food security.
Hey, look.
So no, yeah, we're going. I think we're getting there.
Great.
Sorry, online people. Take a break, go to the restroom.
Page 23.
Stop, where is it?
23. That one scene.
Happened.
There we go.
Okay, and then, goodness gracious.
There we go.
That looks good?
Looks good.
Okay, and you can do your ups and your downs.
Oh, we're in business now. We're draining wetlands now.
Real talk.
We got the old school stuff. So a former colleague, he's happily retired as of a few weeks ago now, shared this with me. It's this great advertisement from back in the day about how dynamite can help you blow the heck out of those wetlands, drain them, make them productive land. And that was the history of so much of our nation. And it was all about how you can take this land and make it productive, make it yield for you, make it have some worth. And things shifted in our world around 1985 when the Food Security Act got passed. But before then, there's a historic USDA photo partnering with a local conservation district. Back in the day, I think this is one of our Bennington County ones, where we were working to help drain wetlands. We were trying to grow food for the nation, from, one end of the farm to the next nationwide. Millions and millions of acres of wetland were drained and are still productively farmed to this day. Sometimes not productively and sometimes with massive pollution problems. But this was our world until around 1985. So a lot of folks might have experienced that, and all of a sudden they roll into their USDA office. They're like, "Hey, let's drain some more wetlands. I bought some more land." And all of a sudden the answer changed. It's like, "No, we don't do that anymore." "What do you mean we don't anymore? We did it just last year." And so the repercussions of that have been rippling through our agency since 1985. Lots of people actually quit because they didn't like the idea of suddenly becoming like an enemy to the farmer, and they're like, "I'm not going to be involved. Like, we're not draining wetlands. I'm out." And so it's a different world. There were tons and tons of acres in Vermont. I think it was over 120,000. Yeah, here's the slide. So we're looking at, Vermont's wetland loss was about 35% of the wetlands that were estimated were in the state. 121, thousand acres, lost, converted to farming. The vast majority of that is still farmed. And where it's most productively farmed is places that it doesn't flood or where they can still effectively get a good outlet. So there's everybody in this room has had food from drained wetlands in Vermont, guarantee it. And then other parts of the nation, 85, 90%, just millions of acres. And that's a lot of productive farmland right now. And in 1985, they decided, that was enough. We're good. And I know a lot of folks that I've worked with in Vermont who really, it didn't feel like it was enough for them. And so some of these laws, who's got the lobbyists, who's making things happen, could be bigger farms in the Midwest, and that things went to their advantage. I don't write the laws, but it's, that when they decided enough was enough, that's what happened. Well, here's another one, Orange County, getting a drag line in there. These are shockingly wet places, but you kind of float in there, get that thing cleaned out. Draining wetlands a ton. Food Security Act came in, everything changed. So the gist is NRCS for USDA program participants has a legal authority, and really we're the only ones who can to make a wetland determination. A delineation is going out there, putting a line around something, saying it's a wetland, yes or no. A determination is saying it's a wetland and it has this label, and the label has legal ramifications. The cleanest label for somebody managing land is non-wetland. Great label to have because you don't really have restrictions, and you can show that map to somebody else, and you can do whatever the heck it is you want to do on your land without, having to deal with issues. Prior converted cropland is another label. We'll get into those details real quick. That means it was wetland. It's been converted, has some wetland characteristics, and maybe you just keep farming it, it's going to be hunky-dory, and you can make it drain more if you need to. But if you want something, build a house, put a road through there, could be some issues. All right. The trigger, this is wacky. They changed the rules from 1985 to 1990. Used to be that, say, you wanted to clear a beautiful forest or wetland and just have it be pasture, just have it be hay. It wouldn't be a violation of the Food Security Act. In 1990, they kind of tightened down the screws. So like, no, you made that land more able to grow an agricultural commodity crop. Thus, you're looking at a potential Food Security Act violation. So especially when we're looking at modern stuff, somebody has, this wetland area and they hadn't converted it before 1985, it's likely going to be a potential issue. What can be the repercussions of being in violation of the Food Security Act means you can't get USDA funds to do what you want to do. That can be a big deal if you're a large farm operation. You've got access to $450,000 of funds per every farm bill cycle. You need to put in a barnyard, silage leachate storage, manure pits, etc. Not having access to those funds is significant. Not having access to highly federally subsidized crop insurance is significant. There's a lot of repercussions for folks. For folks that are more on the private landowner side, but they're doing forestry work, could be issues as well, because we do work, I see Luke's here today, with a lot of, folks in the forestry community. So there's impacts of not being able to access those funds. All right. One of the more fascinating twists in this saga of the Food Security Act is it's about annual commodity crops, not perennial crops. So if today I rolled out to this beautiful forested wetland, not thinking about the Corps, not thinking about the state, just thinking about USDA, and I nuked that sucker, and I popped out all the stumps and I tile drained it, and I grew corn. That's a USDA, Food Security Act violation. That's trouble. You're going to have issues with the USDA. If I went to that same forested wetland, did that same destructive activity, put in the same tile drainage, and planted my little rows of blueberries, I don't even know about it. It's not an issue for the USDA because you're doing a perennial crop, not making it more able to grow an annual commodity crop. That's what Congress came up with, so that's what the rules are. We have a whole list of what the perennial crops are. There are folks in Texas who see if they can get away, if they're not a core jurisdiction and don't have state wetland rules, roll in there, put in their pecan plantation as fast as they can. So, there can be situations where somebody is doing great with the USDA and is totally in violation of the Clean Water Act and the state wetland rules. So another take-home message is it's confusing as all get out. And just because you're fine with somebody doesn't mean you're fine with the other folks. So we like to do joint site visits and give people answers so they get to hear it from everybody. Because otherwise you'd be like, well, Shannon said I could do it, but then Jim's like, you say you can't do it. It's too confusing. We do, this Friday, we're doing another, it's the 12th or 13th annual meeting of all the professionals that deal with wetlands. And we spend a half day just going over our rules annually to make sure we understand it. We deal with this stuff all the time. So it is kind of unfair and unrealistic to expect somebody who's managing land, living their life, working their job, to also understand all of the nuances of these rules. So when in doubt, ask for help, get somebody to help you sort it out. And it'll, as much as it might feel like some grief in the moment, it'll be a whole lot less grief than somebody saying, hey, you need to remove that, $500,000 manure pit from the wetlands. You shouldn't have put it there. Nobody wants to be in that situation. All right. There's a form called the 80-1026 High Rootable Land and Wetlands Conservation Certification Form. That's the form somebody's going to fill out as one of the two basic required USDA program eligibility forms. I like to think of that as a contract between the taxpayers and the person who's doing that. That you're voluntarily agreeing to be subject to these terms if you're going to accept USDA funds. It's not always explained as well as it should be at the office, but that's the way to think about it. You're signing a contract to buy a house, to buy a piece of equipment. Think of it, you're agreeing that you're not haven't in the past and not going to in the future violate these USDA wetland rules. And by doing so, you're accessing the USDA funds. All right, won't dwell too much on that. And we get authorization to access your land. We're not just going to roll out there at any time, though. We're going to call first and say, hey, can we come out? Is this okay? And if basically somebody lies, the fraud is on them. And then in the end, they can catch up and be a major financial penalty, especially if years, decades roll by, and that violation's been there and it finally gets noticed. The USDA by law has to look at how much money you got from us since that violation. If you're unwilling to fix it, you need to pay that money back. And that is a nightmare for anyone. So we'd much rather work with you, restore the wetlands, figure it out. We're not going to dwell too much on this other than politics, right? It's got hydric soils, it's inundated, it's hydrophytic, except lands in Alaska identified as having a high potential for agriculture development and a predominance of permafrost soil shall not be considered wetland for the purposes of the act. Why? Because that's what Congress decided. So if somebody has some, permafrost wetlands right now, they might be able to wreck them and farm them. And that's what Congress said was a great idea. There could be other folks in Alaska who stop them and say that's a terrible idea, but they wouldn't necessarily be out of compliance as a USDA program participant. So that's, some of the mysteries of this law. We've already gone over some of this. We know how to identify them. Beautiful wetland there. So what's a converted wetland look like? It'd be if after December 23rd, 1985, that's sort of that date in the statute. And it was, something that was in, think of forest wetlands, the easiest one to think about, because you'd be like, okay, this is intact. And then they cut all those trees, popped out all those stumps. If they just cut the trees, that's not going to be a wetland violation with the USDA. It's that removal of those stumps, because then you're making that land more able to grow an agricultural commodity crop. So that's really a trigger there. Prior converted cropland is a label that a lot of folks, if they don't have known wetland, they really want to have prior converted cropland, which means it's wetland. It had been cleared and open land before 1985, that 12/23/85 date, and there's proof that somebody grew an annual commodity crop at least once out there. And if you've got those, factors, then that can get you this prior converted cropland label. This is the most permissive label with the USDA as far as something that was wetland, but you can do additional drainage out here. You could do additional fill out here, and whatever it is to keep your farm rocking and rolling, you can do that and not have any issues with the USDA. You might have issues with the core of the state, depends on what you're looking to do out there. It's not subject to abandonment. So this is where things get even crazier. I think I've got that slide next. So imagine this as wetland here in 1985, and it had been cropped. It was somebody's corn ground, and then somebody sold it to somebody else. Maybe somebody passed and it got inherited by people who didn't want to farm it. So it grows up into trees. There it is in 1996, growing up in trees. There it is in 2011, tons of trees. And there it is in 2014, it's growing corn again. And so this would not be a violation for the Food Security Act with the USDA because it had the prior converted cropland label. In the eyes of the USDA, it never went out of agricultural production. It went into trees. Trees are part of our agricultural world. And so somebody could have, in that situation, clear that forested wetland, plant an annual commodity crop, and been totally fine with the USDA. I wouldn't need to go out there and do anything different unless they want to sort of label where things are. Now, will they have trouble with the state, with the Corps? You bet, because it would have gone beyond sort of this 5-year period of abandonment. But the USDA would have been fine with it. Farmed wetland is a different label. It was open in 1985, but and actually this one, it had that annual commodity cropping history, but it just floods all the darn time. And for a period long enough, and there's all sorts of stuff in here, but basically, it's got floodwaters on it for more than a couple weeks for more than 50% of the springtime. So if you're, along the Barton around here, or on the Otter Creek, or the Lemon Fair in Addison County, there's chances to have this kind of land. So even though it's got a lot of the stuff that prior converted cropland has, it's got more limitations to it because of that annual wetness. So if 5 years go by and nobody's farming that, nobody's brush hogging that, nobody's cleaning out the ditches, it can be considered abandoned. And if it's abandoned, then it's going to revert to a label that's more restrictive, like wetland. Farm wetland pasture. Tons of farm wetland pasture, Orleans, Essex, Caledonia counties. It basically was open in 1985. Somebody was farming it, probably great pasture, hayland, some mix of that. But nobody was really putting the plow to it, trying to go an annual commodity crop out there. There's tons of thousands of acres that are just like this. And it's wet, but maybe there's ditches, maybe there's even old, tile lines out there. And so this could be subject to abandonment if 5 years go by, kind of getting to one of the questions. What if nobody maintained that farm in a while, but I really want to bring it back? If more than 5 years go by, nobody was brush hogging that, nobody's cleaning out the ditches, then you're reverting back to that more wetland label that's more restrictive. And this hurts a lot of folks trying to buy farms and fix them up here because somebody wasn't taking care of that land in a way that would have been advantageous to maintain the better label. And thus it kind of reverted back. So less land is available for the farming that you might want to do. All right, we're not going to get deep in the weeds on that. Final rule. Oh yeah, we can get really, really boring. But it's basically talking about when we're looking at what you can restore that ditch back to, it's when that thing was put in and it was in its best drain condition. So nobody's looking at your half-filled ditch and be like, oh, you can only maintain it to half filled up. No, you can bring that back to the way it used to be. And from a legal standpoint, it gets even more complex than just the dimensions of that ditch. It's the drainage conditions of that ditch or drainage system, which is based off of a lawsuit that happened for some rice growers, and they interpret it. And so it's easy to understand dimensions, but if you get more precipitation on your farm than you used to, and you get a hydrologist to say, yeah, if we made this ditch, it's right now 2 feet deep, and 2 feet wide, but back when they installed this thing in 1945, it was moving this much water. And now, in order to make it move that same amount of water, it needs to be 4 feet deep and 4 feet wide. If you get some qualified individual to testify to that, then you could change those dimensions of the ditch, maintain the as-built drainage conditions, but still rock and roll out there. So confusing, messy, and it puts a burden on the producer. Manipulated wetlands. You wrecked those wetlands, and it was not specifically for the purpose of, or didn't make it more capable of growing agricultural commodity crop. So somehow woody vegetation was growing back up and the wetlands have been altered. Could it be an issue with the state decor? Sure, could be. Won't be an issue with the USDA because you haven't made it more able to grow that corn or whatever out there. All right, other things the USDA and the Food Security Act doesn't regulate, doesn't care about. We used to get people coming in all the time, so I want to build this pond. They fill it onto their form, and I just have to send it right back. If you're building a pond, you're building a road, you're building a barn, as long as FSA isn't funding it, it's just you on your own. The Food Security Act doesn't apply because the footprint of said pond, said barn, said road is not growing annual commodity crop. All right, minimal effect. If you need to wreck a little bit of wetland and it's wetland that we see as not having a lot of function or value, we have the legal authority to grant about a half acre or less exemption. That doesn't mean the state or the Corps is going to agree with us, but we can say for USDA purposes, oh, that little 0.2 of an acre of beat up puddle in the middle of your cornfield that you want to run some tile line through, it's not an issue. All right. How would NRCS become aware of a potential violation? Mostly it's through people doing their own crop reporting, the Farm Service Agency. They circle on the map where the new cornfield is. That was all woods. They never asked if it was a wetland or not. They need to come out, drive to the wetland. It's not. When NRCS is out, and also folks that are fully funded by NRCS, providing technical and financial assistance. So we've been invited onto somebody's land. If we see something that's a potential wetland violation, we are legally required to note if it's an issue, and if it doesn't have an existing label, then we're going to have to fill out a form called 569 and go and see if it's a wetland violation or not. If the program participant doesn't want us to do that, we check a box that says access denied. It goes to our Farm Service Agency partners, and they put your USDA benefits on hold. If you're expecting to get a check, for crop insurance or for whatever, it's never going to arrive until you let us go back out there, or you declare that you're no longer a USDA program participant, and then sort of you stop getting USDA benefits from then on out in perpetuity. Easement monitoring can be another factor. We do a random spot check that's required by law. So if we come out and we see your wrecked wetlands, we're again going to have to note it. And then our goal is just to work with you to restore them, fix it, find a way. We're not looking to punish anybody. There's a whistleblowing process. Happens on occasion. Somebody could be driving by, they're like, I saw this. I wonder if it's an issue. We can't tell them anything about your farm because your rights are all protected under Section 1619 of the Farm Bill, unless you specifically give written permission, allowing information to go to somebody else. Otherwise, we can say thank you for that information. We can do an investigation. If somebody's a program participant, we're going to interact with them. If they're not, investigation over. Because we only can do stuff with folks that are working with the USDA. It really is wetter than it used to be. Climate change is real, and y'all have experienced it. Your fields are wetter. Your land is wetter. Your infrastructure blows out more frequently. We get more intense rain, and we get it in the summertime, less snow in the winter. And it's just a major factor that's impacting land use around here. And that more heavy rainfall, it's particularly in the Northeast, those downpours. I live in Montpelier. You all know what happened in Montpelier. It sort of tried to wash away in July. Those issues are going to become more and more likely, and it's people are going to need bigger culverts, more robust infrastructure to handle the water that's coming our way. Another half of my job, I think I have 10 different halves of my job, is managing our wetland reserve easement program. So we work with folks who have land that was wetland, had been agriculturally altered, they're farming it, and maybe it's just not going well. Maybe it was great from 1950 to 1992, but now it's just been so wet, it's nothing but a hassle. If they're really done farming it and looking to get some financial return and turn that back into wildlife habitat, they can work with us to get financial compensation from us, from our partners with the state, put a permanent conservation easement on it where they still own the land, but it basically turns to their own private wildlife. Yes, we pay for the restoration, we do all that work and make the magic happen. All right, that was a ton of information all at once. Big picture, call if you have questions, be in touch. We want to help keep you out of trouble, and we want to help you understand land and at times the challenges of what some wet places can or can't do. So when in doubt, be in touch.
Sure, go and get your info.
Sure.
Take questions.
Sure. Any questions?
Ted, any questions online?
No questions from chat.
All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We have a lot of new Amish farms in Brownington.
Yeah.
Now, they have nothing to do with government programs or anything like that.
Yep.
Where's the oversight?
Yeah. So depending on, and I can say this because I'm related to a lot of Brethren and Mennonites, and then the Amish are just one more step. Depending on sort of the parish that you're in, you may or may not interact with the government. A lot of the Amish folks in particular will have little to no interaction with the government if they can avoid it. So if they're not USDA program participants,
Right.
then they're never going to interact with me. And I'll never see their land, and they're never going to ask me questions. And that's from a religious perspective for them. I think that question gets very challenging for our state partners and for the Army Corps of Engineers, who have legal authority over them that I don't, because they're not participating in my program, which is a voluntary thing. So they're choosing not to. So no Jim. But for Shannon and for Mike, they've got authority to see stuff on their land. And I've seen some fascinating things on some of the land, both in New York State where I grew up and here in Vermont. And you're like, oh yeah, that's not lawful.
They're opening these old farms right up, a lot of them.
Sure.
I mean, I wondered one time whether the 40-acre land clearing law was even
Yeah.
lodged.
And so,
It's amazing some of the things that they
Yeah.
do.
it happens.
They must hire certainly some outside mechanical work, but it's a lot in a hurry.
Yeah, and so the most frustrating answer is they need concerned citizens to report on them, right? And so that's the thing that nobody really wants to kind of rat or tattletale on anybody else. But that's the only way that an agency that has authority to actually roll out there and be like, whoa, y'all, we need to put the brakes on this and have a discussion. If they never are notified about it, they're never going to find out about it. And so that is a frustrating thing. I've certainly had, folks that are neighbors of farms who don't want to try to, make bad things happen on the farm, but they also have a lot of concerns. So for us, we've got that anonymous whistleblower process. But if somebody wanted to do that with an Amish farmer who wasn't participating in USDA problems, it would go nowhere with us, because the first part in our process is the person USDA program participant? If no, investigation ends, because we don't have any legal authority there. So that really goes back to Mike and Jen.
So on that though, if they're not a participant and you get a complaint, are you allowed to carry on that complaint to say my agency or the state though?
No.
You can't.
No, and again, it just gets into the different rules. So we could say that person who called us, like, We
Go
might
ahead.
also want to talk to the state and the Corps if you have concerns, because if it turns out this person isn't working with the USDA, your complaint will go nowhere. So that's part of our conversation we do have with folks, so that they can be made aware.
There's a nuance, follow-up question. From Andy online about, the US Supreme Court ruling on wetlands.
Second?
Yeah, second.
Yeah.
So I said, followed up saying that it's Vermont wetlands are under state jurisdiction, correct?
Well, they've got federal jurisdiction and their state jurisdiction. So Mike's gonna talk about SACIT because it's related to the Clean Water Act. And the Clean Water Act's fascinating, argued back and forth. Everybody's fighting about it forever until we all die. Waters of the US definition. The waters of the US Clean Water Act is totally separate federal legislation from the USDA Food Security Act. So even if that magically went away tomorrow, and even if Shannon's rules magically disappeared too, if somebody was still a USDA program participant and the Food Security Act was still in place, they'd have to still work with us and do wetland related things. So think about it as you've got federal law and then the state can come up with something even more strict. And Clean Water Act, having sat through a presentation that Mike and his colleagues did last week, it's a hot mess because people are suing so frequently that the definitions keep changing that I'm glad I don't have to present about it because mine hasn't changed much since 1990 other than one little update adding crop insurance. But you guys, you're getting sued left and right every 6 months. There's like a new way to have to understand things. So.
On that note.
Next.
Wow, what a segue.
That's your setup.
Yeah.
He's the leaguer.
Mike Adams from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is next to explain federal jurisdiction. Is that how you better say it, not me. So Mike, you can just do the little down arrow.
I won't leave you until,
So, excuse me, I'm Mike Adams. I am with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I'm a project manager out of our regulatory office here in Essex Junction. We got a field office there. We got a field office in Maine. And then we have a district office out of Concord, Massachusetts. I cover the entire state. So I'm going to go through the core program today. I'm going to go through some of our goals. I'm going to go through what our regulatory authorities are with the Rivers and Harbors Act, the Clean Water Act. I'm not going to get into really details about SACIT, but I will discuss what our jurisdiction is. So, what are jurisdictional waters? Some of the recent changes, and what our permit process is. Including what's involved with our applications, the type of permits that we have, and our thresholds and conditions. So basically, the regulatory program is to provide and protect the nation's aquatic environment, including most wetlands, while allowing reasonable and responsible growth, believe it or not. It is really there. That is our job, to evaluate those environmental impacts along with that reasonable development. We're providing a balanced decision, hopefully, that is timely, predictable, transparent, consistent, and really rooted in good science. And that obviously complies with the laws that we're administering in the related laws. Once our jurisdiction is triggered, there's other laws that we got to make sure your project's compliant with. The first authority is Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act. It goes all the way back to 1899 that we've been doing this. And we have jurisdiction over structures and work that are located in, under, and over navigable bodies of water that could cause the effect of that course, location, or capacity of that water. It also involves the excavation from or dredging into those waterways. So for instance, a dock in a Section 10 waterway requires a permit. Moorings, piers, the horizontal drilling or the directional drilling underneath a Section 10 waterway requires a permit, as well as the aerial transmission line that will cross a Section 10 waterway. So Shannon and Jim were talking a lot about Wetlands. My jurisdiction is over waterways, lakes, ponds, and including wetlands. So this is where the Rivers and Harbors Act, where we have jurisdiction over Section 10 waterways. Vermont has quite a few Section 10 waterways, more so than most of the other New England states. They were either currently used or were used in the past, or may be susceptible to use for interstate or foreign commerce. These Section 10 waterways are delegated by Congress, and only Congress can kind of delist them. All tidal waters are Section 10 waterways. Some of the big Section 10 waterways up around here is Lake Memphremagog is a Section 10 waterway. The Black River going into Memphremagog, but it includes other ones like Lake Champlain, Winooski River, the Connecticut River. Over in Essex in Caledonia County, there's a lot. There's the Passumpsic, the Nohegan, branches of the Nohegan. And a lot of that's going back to the logging days. That interstate commerce, again, is what ties us to these waterways. So anything over, under, through it, in it, any work or activities requires some type of permit from the Corps of Engineers. Next authority is the Clean Water Act, that whole Sackett thing. Basically, it says that we have jurisdiction over the discharge of dredged or all-fill materials into waters of the U.S. or WOTUS. So that's what the Clean Water Act says. It says that we have jurisdiction over fill placed in WOTUSs or waters of the U.S. Those discharges may include, your typical rock, sand, placement, fill into that wetland or waterway, where you're basically essentially changing that from a wetland to dry land. You're changing that bottom elevation. It could be the redepositing of fill material in a field, or if that's where your project is. It can be that mechanized land cleaner that Jim had talked about a little bit. It can be temporary roads. Temporary construction mats are actually considered fill. The diversion of the stream during construction for a new bridge. The bridge itself may be having a discharge of fill into a waterway that we have jurisdiction over, as well as that temporary fill to divert that water during the construction is jurisdictional to us. A bank stabilization project, that fill to armor your bank is jurisdictional to us. I don't have it up here, but an obvious fill in a wetland for a residential subdivision, for a new commercial building. Those things require a permit under the Clean Water Act from us. Some discharges or some activities that don't is, an elevated boardwalk on simple timbers or something. Even though that's in a wetland, that isn't something that's jurisdictional. We don't look at that as a discharge of fill. We don't regulate that. The drive-in of a pile for a fence, the drive-in of a pile for a solar array, even if those are in a wetland area, that's not considered a discharge of fill. If you place those piles close enough that it acts as fill, then it's jurisdictional. The cutting of the trees in a forestry wetland is not jurisdictional. But again, if you are doing mechanized land clearing, when you're taking out those stumps, that is jurisdictional. So that triggers our definition of fill and then requires a permit under the Clean Water Act. But we also have some exemptions. We have 6 exemptions. I'm going to go through a couple of them. The normal farming, silviculture, and ranching activities. This allows for the continued plowing, seeding, and cultivating in ongoing farm property. So if you have a farm wetland pasture, you have a PC area, you have something that's currently in normal rotation, that in its wetland, by definition, that plowing, seeding, or cultivating is not a regulated activity. It's exempt. You can continue to do that in your fields. But you can't do it in a manner that it converts it to dry land. You can't convert it from that wetland that NRCS says you've got to PC wetland, or you got a prior convert, or you have a farmed wetland pasture, if you do it in a manner that converts it, then that brings it back into our jurisdiction. And it must be part of an ongoing establishment. And again, kind of that normal rotation. If you take it out of form for a couple of years, bring it back in, that's considered normal. If it grows back to Jim's picture where you all of a sudden are seeing that forested wetland, but it was in act, even though it may still be prior converted for NRCS purposes, it is not for us. We do not have to accept that PC determination at that point and say there wasn't a discharge of fill there. So that, in our case, would be something that's jurisdictional if it was done without a permit or violation. We also have a maintenance exemption. Of course, this is pretty popular this last several months with the flooding. I think we've used it a couple times even for the town of Derby, actually covered a few projects. But it allows the emergency reconstruction of recently damaged but currently serviceable. So it had to be a serviceable structure before the event. It allows you to basically repair and replace that in kind. It doesn't allow for any modifications that changes the original size, character, or scope of that fill. So if you have 300 feet of riprap, 300 feet washed away, putting back 300 feet of riprap is what's exempt. It's got to be done in a reasonable period of time, and that's usually considered within 2 years, unless there's really something else going on. And that 2 years is kind of there. You know, we're thinking that's what it takes to plan the project, maybe raise the funds to do the project, get the contractor and stuff like that. The maintenance also allows the maintenance of an existing drainage ditch, but it doesn't allow the expansion because of increased water on it. It doesn't allow you to change that original size or scope or character of that ditch. We also have an exemption for the construction or maintenance of farm roads, forest roads, and temporary roads for mining equipment. So where you have that farmed wetland pasture, you have that wetland area, and you were building a farm road to move your equipment across, provided it meets these best management practice where you're not affecting the flow or circulation patterns of that waters, where you're not impeding its reach, where you're putting in a culvert that is properly sized, you're embedding it, you're trying to put it in a location that has the least amount of impact on that waterway, maybe on the adjacent wetlands, it can be something that's exempt underneath our jurisdiction. So our jurisdiction extends to basically the ordinary high water mark or the limits of wetlands. I won't, the state and the Corps delineate their wetlands the same way. The state uses our original 1987 manual. Then we realized that 87 manual, we're trying to apply it nationwide. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. In about 2012, we came up with a supplement regional manual that helps define the limits of the wetlands a little bit more based on our region of the country. So we use that to define where the limits of the wetlands are. The Corps has jurisdiction over that discharge of fill in the wetlands. We don't have jurisdiction over the placement of fill or activities outside of that limits of the wetlands like the state does. There's a pretty distinct difference there too. So on a waterway, we regulate to what we call the ordinary high water mark. And usually, I think on Mount Magog, it's 682.7. There's set elevation, Lake Champlain's 98. But on others waterways, it might be where, if it's controlled by a dam or something, where that ordinary high water mark as far as that outlet structure is regulated too. On streams and rivers, it's typically where there's a debris line, where there is a change between the sediment material and the vegetation. If there's a rock there or a bridge abutment, you might see a distinct stain on that. And those are good indications of that ordinary high water mark. So we regulate fill going in between those ordinary high water marks or the fill going into the wetlands, done in accordance to our manuals. So this is a little bit about the the Sackett rule. So it's actually now called the revised 2023 rule. So in January of 2023, we came out with a revised rule on what was defined waters of the US, what we have jurisdiction over. That came out in January, I believe. Then in March, that became effective, that new rule. And then in May of 2023, there was a Supreme Court decision, the Sackett case. So we went back, and I think as of August, we rewrote the rule or revised the rule, and that went into effect, I think, on September 8th of last year. So the revised rule, we still have jurisdiction over traditional navigable waterways, those Section 10 waterways, including terrestrial seas and interstate waters. We still have, so we've labeled them A1s through A5 kind of waterways. We have jurisdiction over the A2s, which are impoundments of jurisdictional waterways, ponds, lakes, those smaller things like that. Not, like Lake Champlain or Memphremagog would fit into that impoundments of jurisdictional waters. Tributaries, streams, rivers, adjacent wetlands. And then there's kind of a catch-all of this interstate lakes and ponds, streams and wetlands that do not fall within the A1, A4. I don't know that I have a true example of that. That might be, say, something like Wallace Pond, in a sense, that's straddling the border. So the big difference is with the Sackett is that we no longer considered significant nexus when we're determining our jurisdiction. And that mostly applies to, say, some tributaries or mostly adjacent wetlands, where prior to that, we had the NUPR rule, the Navigable Water Protection Rule. And prior to that, we had Rapanos. And a lot of these, Rapanos was another Supreme Court decision where we had to have, the wetlands could be either adjacent, bordering, or neighboring. And in some cases with the neighbor, we had to do this significant nexus determination. With the revised rule, we just don't have that significant nexus determination to make. Wetlands that are directly abutting streams that are leading to traditional navigable waters, we clearly have jurisdiction over them. The wetlands with some sort of continuous surface connection to those tributaries, to that traditional navigable waterway, we still have jurisdiction over it. The EPA has a website that has information on it. It's limited. I think there's still ongoing stuff behind the scenes that we all don't know about, quite frankly, that is ongoing that I think is will help define this in the months to come a little bit better. But it's not unlikely after some of these Supreme Court decisions that we're a little bit murky on really where we're going for a little bit of time. So it really has only been a few months. The rule also has what are excluded from our jurisdiction. This list hasn't really changed much. This list used to be in what was called our preambles of our regulations, but now it's put right into our regulations. So wastewater treatment systems, we don't have jurisdiction over. Prior converted croplands, we don't have jurisdiction over unless you're changing its use. So if you're taking that prior converted cropland and you're improving it for the production of a commodity crop, that's allowed. If you're adding drainage tiling, if you're adding ditching, if you're grading it, those things are allowed. It's excluded from our jurisdiction. But if you take that prior converted cropland and build your commercial development into that change in use, we do take that back. We do have jurisdiction over it. Certain ditches, those are essentially ditches that are excavated across dry land in a sense. We don't have jurisdiction over. Artificially irrigated areas. So if you turned off the water, you might not have a wetland anymore because you're missing one of those parameters. Artificial lakes, swimming pools, believe it or not, we had to put in there for some reason. certain water-filled depressions. So that could include something like a quarry that is excavated in the upland, and now all of a sudden you've got either a wetland or a waterway down at the bottom of it. As long as that's not abandoned, we don't have jurisdiction over it. Swales, erosional features, those are little rillets coming off a hillside or something like that. So only the Corps of Engineers can actually determine whether a wetland or a waterway is jurisdictional. So we do this through our jurisdictional determinations. You know, we are the ones that got to define whether that wetland or waterway is a water of the U.S. that is underneath our jurisdiction under the Clean Water Act or Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act. We got two ways of doing this. We got a preliminary jurisdiction. It's kind of a acknowledgement that you got these wetland waterways on your site, and we're going to presume that they're jurisdictional. We have an approved jurisdictional determination where that's a little bit more involved, where we're actually going out there, we're looking at the wetlands, we're trying to find its connection to that traditional navigable waterway, and we're putting it in writing. And that writing is good for 5 years. It's something that if the applicant or landowner disagrees with that determination that we're making, it's appealable. So they can say, nope, I think that is a wetland that you have jurisdiction over. Or the other way, maybe you don't think we have jurisdiction over it. It's something that the landowner can actually appeal. Most of the time, we don't even do these jurisdictional determinations. It's obvious that we have jurisdiction over it. The landowner, the applicant is agreeable on it.
Oh, okay.
Where it can make sense is if we're not supposed to be there, it looks obvious we're not supposed to be there. It's not a wetland or waters of the U.S. We can make that call. It's important to maybe make that call when and if we're going to be asking you to compensate for the loss of that wetland, which is, again, we hit it too early, it's expensive. So if, we shouldn't be asking, the government shouldn't be asking you to compensate for something that we potentially don't have jurisdiction over. It's worth it to your advantage to perhaps get that jurisdictional call from us. Or if, because we're triggered, you've got to also comply with, say, another federal law that is requiring you to spend time and money on it. Say the National Historic Preservation Act, and you're doing archaeology work that is expensive or something. So our permit process, we essentially got two ways to process somebody's activities. We got our Vermont general permits, 5 minutes. It is broken down into 21 different activities. There's a self-verification part of it where essentially you can read the terms and conditions and thresholds of our 21 GUPs and go, you know what? I'm less than what the reporting square footage is. I'm going to comply with all the conditions of it. You don't even need anything from the Corps. Because our jurisdiction is so broad, every lake, river, stream, and most wetlands and this stuff, we had to make a way that to make it a little bit more easier or manageable in a sense. In some cases, you need to get a pre-construction notification from us. That's where you're actually applying for us. In projects that don't qualify for our GPs, have to go through that individual permit process. That's where you're going through and you're having to explain alternatives to us. Why is your site essentially the least environmentally damaging practical alternative to your proposed project? Most of the projects are covered underneath the general permits. Very, very limited projects eventually go through that IP process. You got to fill out an application. It's a pretty basic application, but along with that, you need to submit project plans that are drawn to scale showing the limits of waterways and wetlands. You should send along any wetland data sheets, any archaeology reports you have, any resource assessments that you have. Those are the 21 GPs. It ranges from like aids to navigations to number 9, which is shoreline and bank stabilization, to 17, it's development, to agricultural activities, to 21. But the general conditions are the GPs have these general conditions. And again, one for protecting of the national or protecting of archaeology and historic sites is is number 11. It's section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. And if you have a project that has fallen out into that SV column as far as the thresholds, typically less than 5,000 square feet, and you know that you're not impacting a historic or archaeology site, and in some cases you can go to the State Historic Preservation Office, you can go to the Stockbridge, Muncie, or more recently, we're also having to coordinate projects with the Mohegan tribe and the Wampanoag tribe of Gayhead, or the Aquinas out of Martha's Vineyard. If you know that you're not impacting any archaeology sites, you're staying within the other thresholds, you can stay put potentially into that SV. If you know that you're impacting a archaeology site, then you would have to come to us, or a historic building or something. One of the other general conditions is that you're not having an effect on endangered species. If you know that you're having an effect on, say, the Indiana bat, or up in this neck of the wood, the Canadian lynx, you'd have to consult with us, or you would have to submit that application, even if you're meeting those thresholds where you normally would not have to report to us. But if you're impacting an archaeology site, if you're impacting an endangered species, and you could go look these up, these endangered species, there's a U.S. Fish and Wildlife site called IPAC. You can go click on that, put in your location, you can go, oh, I got the Indiana bat and the Canadian lynx, and more recently, there's actually a 7th species, the tricolored bat, has just started showing up in the last couple of weeks as far as listed species in Vermont. But a lot of these species, you know, the bats and the lynx are really affected by tree clearing. Your project doesn't involve any tree clearing. You know that you're not going to impact the Indiana bat, or you're not in the Connecticut River where the dwarf wedge mussel is. You know that you're probably not going to have an effect. So, but these are the National Historic Preservation Act, the Endangered Species Act, are other acts that we've got to make sure that your project's compliant with before we can issue our permits. And in some cases, you can do it yourself if you know that you're, for sure staying into those thresholds and not having an impact. General condition 20, it's just one of those conditions in there for stream crossings, trying to do the work during low flow periods, putting in a culvert that's sufficiently sized, got a natural bottoms. If you're doing those kind of activities, typically you might not have to tell us about it. Again, you got to avoid as much as possible, just like Shannon's program. And then you got to minimize. If you can tighten up that roadway slopes, that's something you're supposed to do. And the mitigation is the big one towards the end here. So our regulations tell us we've got to go through this 3-step process. Either you've got to mitigate for your unavoidable impacts through buying credits at a bank. There is no mitigation banks in Vermont. We've set up what our next step could be is a sponsored program with Ducks Unlimited. Ducks Unlimited takes that fee, that money that applicants would pay for impacting those wetlands. They use that money to put a restoration or enhancement site back on the ground. Currently, there's one in near Lake Willoughby that we purchased the site. There's not enough funds there to do some active restoration yet. There's a site out in Guildhall. There's a site down in Middlebury. There's another site in Brandon that's been recently purchased. No restoration or work has been done there. And then there's actually another site down in the Hudson River Basin. So we've separated into these 4 different watersheds: the Hudson, Connecticut, Memphremagog, and the Champlain. It is expensive. So it's about $200,000 a credit or an acre. And typically mitigation's being asked for at 5,000 square feet. I think that's it. Yeah. So big takeaway, it's just like the others have said, questions, call us, concerns, call us. So. Did that answer the second one? Because that's about as much as I want to get into it.
And so often, like, if someone probably has Shannon come, or she'll know probably they need to go to Army Corps as well.
They do. So the 3 agencies work together really good. And if it's not even an ag thing, I'll be often out there with the state wetland ecologist we're the river management people, the lakes and ponds people. So we kind of try to do joint site visits as much as we can. I got 3 people, we cover the in-state. So I will often rely on, say, Shannon maybe seeing a wetland boundary and going, yeah, it makes sense. You know, we do get out there quite a bit. But it's a little bit thinner as far as our staff goes. So we do rely on the state wetland ecologists that they've reviewed a boundary, or if we just know that a particular delineator has done it, that's got a lot of experience and stuff like that, we'll rely on that too.
I jumped up.
But no, you're fine.
Trying to find one.
So I must have.
Any questions online?
Sackett?
Yes, Andy did not answer Sackett as much as I was hoping, but I can read between the lines when you say you don't want to get into it.
Well, he's not supposed to read between the lines. If Andy has concerns on whether we're supposed to have jurisdiction or something on this particular site, he can call us and we can go out there and look at it. We are the ones that have got to see it. And I could throw out a whole bunch of hypotheticals, but until we kind of really see those sites and are able to either determine there's that connection or not, it's hard to do. It really is. And again, you know, EPA has a lot of good stuff on their website. You know, I wish there was a little bit more there, but I think in given time, stuff will come out there. So, and as you know, I ran through, that was just what we did in 12 months.
Right.
You know, the Clean Water Act and what is a waters of the US. Yeah, it's been evolved since original enactment of the Clean Water Act 72 and 76. So it's been moving. You know, the previous administration had one way of what was jurisdictional. This administration has one. The previous one had another rule that was quickly tossed out. So it's. Oh, sorry. So it keeps it lively, I guess. That's what it said.
Keeps it fluid.
It does, it does.
Unlike
But you know, the main thing is, you know, again, call us. And we will go out there. We will.
Awesome. Mikey.
Thank you.
Put it into our chat, so I don't
All right.
announce you his email so that you'll have it.
Okay, awesome.
From Andy?
The next presenter is David Wardrop from Vermont Agency of Agriculture, Water Quality Specialist. However else you want to introduce yourself. would be
Yeah,
great.
so,
And here you go, yeah. Up
just up and down.
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, so like I said, I'm a water quality specialist with the Agency of Ag, so I do water quality inspections. I share a territory, the Missisquoi, with another inspector. There's about 8 of us around the state, so we kind of get all over the place. But so I'm going to be talking about tile drainage and kind of the required agricultural practices on that. So just to start, I'm going to talk about some of the benefits of tile drainage. I stole these slides from Josh Faulkner's presentation, which I don't know if any of you've seen it, but it's pretty good. It's online.
Yeah.
But yeah, so some of these, there's just some studies, one out of Ontario, one out of Ohio, just showing increases in yield with tile drainage. And as we talked about earlier, just more annual precipitation that we're seeing.
You can explain what tile drainage is.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So tile drainage, it's a way of draining frequently flooded fields and things like that. Here's a picture right there of kind of pattern tile, excuse me, pattern tile drainage that they systematically cover the whole field. Yes.
Slotted plastic pipes buried about 4 feet deep in the ground, connected to an eventual outlet. Very common in the past 15 years,
Mhm.
less common before that.
More now, okay. It was more in the past.
So yeah, some of the benefits is it improves production on year-to-year variability, allows people to get out on fields earlier, decreases compaction. So a year like last year where a lot of fields were flooded, people weren't able to get out and do some hay cuts and things like that. It helps prevent issues like there in the bottom where tractors are kind of buried pretty deep. And yeah, so again, with the increase in rain events and stronger rain events, it's being seen as a practice that people are using. So I just want to give some benefits and say that the agency does approve of tile drainage just before we get into some of the required excuse me, practices. So the research that went into this, so starting in 2016, there was a advisory group that contracted out to 3 different contractors, over 1,000 samples, a lot of monitoring stations on Jewett Brook, but looked into kind of what we can do about some of the rules around it. So they decided to come up with some required agricultural practices, which went into effect November 2018. So some of the existing rules that were already in place before the amendment went in, a lot had to do with implementing a 590 NMP. So conservation districts can help farmers make these plans, but it basically takes into account soil tests, what type of crops you're growing, what you're putting out on the field, things like that. So pattern tile drainage needs to be identified in the P index, which can have some effects on that. It's a whole matrix that kind of looks into the conditions of the field. If it's elevated to very high, then no inputs are allowed to be put on. So that's fertilizer, manure, ag waste, things like that. So this was the amendment that went in about the NMP conditions. So if the soil test phosphorus was above 20 parts per million, nothing was allowed to be spread on the field on pattern tile drainage. Some more in the field practices. So this is more what I see and go out and look for is some setbacks that we're in. So no agriculture field stacks of manure or any other ag waste are allowed to be within 100 feet of subsurface tile drainage. So basically any feet that has pattern tile drainage, not allowed to do stacks. Some additional ones are unimproved barnyards or feedlots. So that would be like a pasture where not enough vegetation growing to sustain the animals. If you're bringing in supplemental feeds, so brown bales, things like that, you're not allowed to do that on a field that is tiled, as well as vegetated treatment areas for ag waste. So for leachate and stuff where you allow the natural landscape to kind of clean up and take out the nutrients from an ag waste. So yeah, treatment areas can't be installed within 200 feet upslope of a field with tile drain, and same thing, tile drainage can't go within 200 feet downslope of an existing vegetated treatment area. An additional one, I have yet to see any issues with this, but as you can see from the pictures, rodents can have a pretty big impact. So as of the start of 2019, all new tile drainage should have rodent guards involved, just to save them getting up into the infrastructure, causing blockages, issues like that. Another one, I do see this one quite a lot out in the field. So the new rule says these standing surface inlets are no longer, new ones are no longer allowed to go in. Excuse me. And for any existing ones, you have to keep a 25-foot setback, a vegetated setback. So I see that quite a lot. That a lot of folks have it on the sides of fields. So you have to kind of keep corn and other annual crops away from it, as well as any spreading of manure. And to try and keep it vegetated, we see a lot that have kind of riprap going up to it, but it needs to be a vegetated area, so. So, again, some of the existing rules that kind of was before this amendment was a lot had to do with the nutrient management plan. Which the main takeaway of that is just being able to apply your manure and fertilizers at the right time, right location, right field conditions, so not when things are too wet. Kind of relating this to wetlands and things like that, as people said kind of earlier, for the state's regulations, as long as the farm been continuously being farmed for since the 1990s, no requirements there. If it goes fallow for a bit, again, like we talked about, kind of have to talk through that, figure that out. For the federal government, similar to the, it was talked about before, prior converted cropland, prior to 1968 is grandfathered in. But if you don't know your status, definitely reach out and check to see if you have that prior conversion. So that's before putting any new tile drainage into the landscape. So, any questions?
Is there a monitoring requirement that goes along with an installation?
Not that we have to do. I have been called out on some complaints on people worried about over application on field. So I've definitely gone and looked at some of the outlets and kind of, we don't do any actual testing, but just visual, seeing if it's clear, has any ag odor, things like that.
I guess I would add that for the Vermont wetland rules with the outlet structures, because those are not in through the crop, because there needs to be a vegetated buffer, that outlet structure, if it's in wetland or buffer zone, might need.
Which is not fully decided yet, though. They issued any permits for that.
I think we have a new draft house.
I don't think. Still a flux to revise the rules. Next step to start to clarify some of those areas.
A question online. And I think it's bouncing off this one. Who and when are tile drainage outlets monitored? This is a problem in St. Albans.
Yeah, so when I go out and do my inspections, we do a number of field checks. So if it's a field that does have tile drainage and we kind of know where the outlet is, we'll look at it. There's no actual kind of that we do like yearly monitoring process. Again, kind of the advisory group, when they were kind of creating the new rules, there was a couple contracts that went out and a lot of people were monitoring for research purposes, but for regulatory side, not too much goes into it once they've kind of been installed.
So there's no systematic
Mhm.
monitoring, it's
Correct.
more opportunistic.
Mhm. But definitely kind of St. Albans, they mentioned Jewett Brook. There's a lot of monitoring stations there that there's been some research developed through that.
Last. You have
Ted.
Ted Sedell.
Hi,
Good.
Ted Sedell.
What are you gonna talk about?
The conservation specialist at Orleans County Conservation District. And we're pretty much the link in between you and everyone else. So we get a lot of people coming in through the door into the NRCS office. We're in the far back, but we're also able to, alongside NRCS, provide a lot of these linkages and get you set up on kind of the funding sources and networking people together. So as you saw in some of the presentations, especially Shannon's at the end, there was some funding sources. These are the three main technical and financial resources that we get. Vermont Fish and Wildlife Wetlands Restoration Grant and Acquisition. There's the DEC's River Corridor Easement Program, and then the NRCS Agricultural Conservation Easement Program to Wetland Reserve Easement that Jim brought up. And just a quick, what is this, what are each one's about? Really, the Fish and Wildlife one, you know, this goes straight to acquisitions. They're looking, they're trying to put contiguous pieces of wetlands, river corridors together. If you got something that's just not usable, this might be a good way of going out, especially if you're willing to sell the parcel outright. In other ways, we can get funding to do stream and wetland restoration through series of funding opportunities through the state, GLFC, the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission. So there's ways we can start pitching in restoration dollars for something like this. On the other end of that spectrum, putting this into a river corridor easement like Shannon had mentioned, and this is a one-time payment. The valuation can change based on how much river corridor or wetland you're looking at per acre and the characteristics. So this does have some benefit in there. And especially if you're willing to have a 50-foot or bigger riparian buffer. And then finally, what Jim was talking about. This is one that personally I haven't been asked about quite often, but one that we do work with the NRCS on this, so that I can get you in touch with him really quickly. And likewise, Dave Blodgett in the back is a good resource with this, but we tend to know who to direct you to for different types of, I guess, situations. We try to find a solution for all. Any questions on that? And do you, oh, and I guess the next we can leave this up.
Loads of, we'll email this to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of
There's a lot. I think
resources.
There's resources here. And there's one more.
One more. Oh, and some upcoming events.
So you know about our upcoming events. We have a tree planting. Do you want to say anything about the tree planting?
Yeah, this one's
Plant
been,
trees for tree.
yeah, we're doing a tree planting in Greensboro Bend, the last weekend in April, Friday and a Saturday. This is being headed up, by, I'm providing the technical know-how, but the Greensboro, Association is, leading the charge on getting volunteers out there and, getting some trees planted on pretty much a showcase property there on the Upper Lemoore.
That was affected by flood, right? And they're
That
trying to-
was, yes. So the footprint of this planting is gonna fit the footprint of the July 2023 flood event, which just laid a big swath of silt over pretty much a manicured lawn. They looked at it and said, we don't
need lawn.
want to take care of this anymore.
And that area, they really embraced Streamwise.
Yes,
And
yeah. They're gunning for a Streamwise award.
we want to talk about Streamwise, we need to do that, but you can always reach out to Ted about Streamwise. And then really quick, we have our annual plant sale. If you didn't order plants, you can still come to the conservation fair we have at the Barton Fairgrounds on Saturday, May 4th. We do a conservation fair on our plant sale pickup day. And we are going to have a really interesting permaculture agroforestry presentation at 10 a.m. And you can come even if you don't have plants. We're going to have a big gigantic soil pit where kids and big kids and little kids can jump. It's really fun. You go down, look at soil and learn about it. So that's it. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. If you would complete our survey really quick, I should grab some extra pens. And hopefully you signed in.
And for those online, the survey is in the chat.
Thank you.
And I believe these will be getting sent out. All
Archaeologist, I went out there on my way, I've been in the fall. Getting the office. To the site. Yeah, it's good back.
I just not, yeah. Yeah, maybe some, is there any final question?
I'm down with it. Yeah. It's fine, some of that. That's the, you know, right. It's just the main thing now, right?
How long does it take to do a site visit? Oh.
Many years ago, wasn't. That was definitely.
Something with 5 different. She's saying maybe Pat should come. Okay.
Maybe she's just making it a y'all come time.
I'll follow up with her.
NRCS is coming and Bill is coming.
Yeah, you're getting, okay.
So I'm not even sure how it all gets together.
Yeah.
Okay. Other
He was still in.
Yeah, we are gonna do that there. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
online people.
Yeah, well, he did a very good job.
I love
You can go
it.
back.
Signs.
There you go.
Yeah, you couldn't clean it. I mean, think about when you see like a conflict when you're talking with a rotor, I think they would take that heat, you know, every more and everything, different place. Massive concrete and steel things. Oh, yeah. I would want to have. So when I was a kid, we used to really do sand pits to plow. Already. Yeah. I think I'm not last summer. Yeah, to dig them out.